The Hall of Fame presentation will begin in about 4.5 minutes. The Hall of Fame presentation will begin in about 4.5 minutes. Please be in your seats and ready for the commencement of the Hall of Fame. convention will come to order. Delegates, you will take your seats. I present the floor to our Hall of Fame Chair, Amy Griffin, for the induction ceremony to our Hall of Fame. I just know I'm going to lose my shit. So we're going to start out with something really easy. If you are currently, that is prior to today, if you are already a member of the Hall of Fame, please come up and join me up front. Mike Lance, please come up. All Hall of Fame members, please join me in the front. Okay, I know there's more of you here, maybe they're out smoking, but we are running late. Of the 766 years of involvement that I mentioned yesterday, the people that have been inducted prior to today represent 678 of those years. And of those still living, approximately 2/3 are still actively involved and present this weekend. So please recognize all these people for their past and future contributions to Gay Rodeo. Candy, would you please stay? Roger, would you please stay? Candy and Roger are not only current members of the Hall of Fame, but members of the year-round working committee. Unfortunately, Carl Stanley and Michael Bruno were unable to join us. So, Roger and Candy, because I like microphones so much and I'm such a wuss, are going to assist me with the 5 alcohol presentations, as well as the awarding of the induction medals. Before we get on to the first biography, I'd like to make two interesting notes about how the Hall of Fame committee reached their decisions this year. It's a somewhat complicated point system. We vote again for runoff or hybrid. We keep voting until we have our finished product. And for the second year in a row, I only know 2 years, but I'm hoping I'll maybe 2 years. In both cases, results only required 1 vote. And that's really pretty extraordinary. So the results were very, very clear, very, very early. And I think that's something that we should be very proud of. I know all these people, I love all these people, and first person whose bio I'm going to read, if I, lose it here, thought of other things to do. Andy Anaya was born in 1962 and grew up in Tucson, Arizona. Andy has an older brother and sister, as well as an older sister, Sandra, who also competed in Nigeria event before she passed away in 2014. At a young age, Andy became interested in the rodeo and asked his dad to help him. At the junior rodeos, your parent could be your partner, so Andy's dad, Mike, competed with him. With his dad's guidance, he did quite well as a kid. While in high school in Tucson, Andy excelled at team roping, and with his partner, won the high school national finals in 1980. After high school, Andy attended Kennett Community College in Tucson and began competing in college rodeos. In 1982, Andy and his partner won the college national finals team roping event. After college, Andy moved to Texas in 1982 and he worked as a trainer at Dixon Quarter Horses. While there, Andy worked at perfecting his team roping skills even more. At the end of 1982, Andy and his partner won the team roping event at both the Texas Rodeo Association and the Central Rodeo Association championships. Andy decided it was time to join the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association. He won the team roping event at his first pro rodeo, which was in Pecos, Texas. Andy won the 1989 PRCA Rookie of the Year award for team roping. Andy also competed at the PRCA's National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Andy continued to rodeo the next 2 years, and while at a roping competition in Phoenix, Arizona, he met Chris Eisenblatt. Chris invited Andy and his team roping partner Dennis Terrell to overnight their horses at his friend Greg Olson's place. Everyone became fast friends, and Greg and Andy began their relationship. Greg quickly introduced Andy to the International Gay Rodeo Association rodeo circuit. Andy competed under the pseudonym of Lloyd Carroll for the first few years because of the fear he would be outed on the pro rodeo circuit. Andy trained his rope horse Frito to do the 3-horse speed events: barrel race, flag race, and pole vaulting. Andy also began competing in many of the other IGRA events so that he would be able to qualify for the title of all-around cowboy at each of the rodeos. Andy's first IGRA rodeo was the 1992 Road Runner Regional Rodeo. Andy 490 points and came in third place for all-around cowboy behind his life partner Greg Olson, who earned 610 points, and his team roping partner Dennis Terrell, who earned 500 points. Andy competed in 11 of the 12 IGRA rodeos that year, including the IGRA World Gay Rodeo Finals in Phoenix. He was the all-around cowboy at both the Zia Regional Rodeo in Albuquerque and the Greater San Diego Rodeo. At the IGRA World Gay Rodeo Finals, it was 1, 2, 3 for the title of all-around cowboy: Greg Olson, Andy Anaya, and Dennis Terrell. On March 26, 1995, Andy's partner Greg passed away. Greg left Andy his rodeo horse Sam, and with his roping skills, Andy excelled at IGRA rodeos, winning hundreds of rodeo couple titles. At the World Gay Rodeo Finals between 1992 and 2008, Andy won 41 of the titles and the 8 all-around cowboy points. Though Andy held no official office for any of the associations he was a member of, he always helped teach new and existing contestants to better themselves, and still does so today. At the time of his induction into this Hall of Fame, Andy resides in Canyon, Texas, where he trains roping horses, gives roping lessons, and still competes as a top roper in several rodeo associations. Please welcome Andy and I to the Hall of Fame. Would Michael Letts please come to the dais? And hearing that, us old folks remember all this stuff, so really difficult. I want to say something personal before I start this. You kind of find out where the love is coming from when you're at your weakest moment. And I think I've told this story before, but so if you know it, you can just listen to it again. I got crap beat out of me spear riding the rodeo many years ago, and I punctured a lung and I broke 6 ribs and refused to go to the hospital. The normal stuff. And but because I wanted to go to award ceremony on Sunday night, and I couldn't get my clothes off. I had to put in clean clothes, and so someone said, well, this is really kind of uncomfortable, but if you want, I'll give you a shower and I'll put your clothes on for you and drag you to awards, and then we can take you to the hospital later. And I said, okay, we're going to do that. And so this was my angel. So I want to tell you about my angel. Let's go. Amy Griffin, also known as Amy Griffin Ilbrecht, was born in Jackson, Michigan in November 1960. She has one younger brother, David, who resides in Arizona. Her family in various configurations lived in Michigan, Nebraska, Texas, Minnesota before winding up in San Francisco when she was 7 years old. She stayed in the Bay Area until she finished college. She graduated from Mills High School in 1978 and then later from San Francisco State University in 1981, having majored in art and art history, also with a minor in history. After college, she moved east in 1981 and spent a year at Penn State University, completing graduate work, doing some teaching in art history. In 1982, she moved even further east and she moved to Scotland, where she completed her PhD program, submitting her dissertation in 1988 at the University of Glasgow's Department of Fine Art. Her emphasis was Salvador Dali and psychoanalysis, so you kind of figure that out. She was used to dealing with twisted things before she met any of us, I guess. With that chapter of her life completed, Amy relocated to Los Angeles in 1989, and she's lived there ever since. She's been working in the legal field for over 25 years now. After 2 years of unsuccessfully prodding Amy to join them in competing at an International Gay Rodeo Association event at the LA Rodeo, a pair of her friends, Mark Marshall and Bill Peterson, signed her up for the Golden State Gay Rodeo Association membership, and they enlisted her as a wild drag partner for the LA Rodeo in April 1993. Back then, Los Angeles was the first rodeo Division I for the season, and Amy reluctantly agreed to compete. Having never even seen the events, she was kind of skeptical about participating in rodeo and a little bit frightened as well. She'd grown up in San Francisco, and so she was more of a city gal, and she really wasn't interested in getting her hands dirty or playing with wild animals. Mark and Bill were partners in all 3 camp events, and on that Saturday in April 1993, Bill was injured during steer decorating, so I left Mark without a partner. The 3 of them persuaded a mutual friend, Casey Stengel, in his first rodeo, into taking Bill's place as the wild drag partner, and Mark persuaded Amy to substitute for Bill in the goat dressing and steer decorating events for the rest of the weekend. With Bill out of action, Mark, Amy, and Casey spent the rest of 1993 season as a team, winning ribbons at each Division I rodeo and earning a spot at the World Gay Rodeo Finals in Fort Worth. Throughout the year, Amy competed in all 3 camp events. She also added calf roping on foot, since back in the old days, you may remember, all the contestants had to be present first thing Saturday morning for the mandatory contestant meeting, and Amy thought it was just a good idea to go ahead and sign up for something and do it first thing in the morning anyway. In 1994, Amy added shoot dogging to her events, thinking that would be a lot less dangerous than steer riding. Well, not for the judges, it isn't. She also expanded her rodeo travels outside Division I and became a frequent traveler to rodeos throughout the IGA circuit. She says that one of her favorite memories from that period was having the great fortune to be present for the inaugural Canadian Rockies International Rodeo in Calgary back in 1994. Amy continued to compete in rodeo events until 2008, although sporadically because she's worked primarily as a rodeo judge. She won a number of event buckles and placed in the all-round cowgirl circle on 5 occasions. Amy's held many posts in the 2 LA chapters of the GSGRA, as well as having served 2 terms as GSGRA Vice President in the 1990s. She was the Assistant Rodeo Director for the Palm Springs Rodeo in 1995, which was particularly challenging as there was a leather fest in town and the rodeo director disappeared for the entire weekend. Wonder why. To this day, Amy still loves Dennis Terrell for stepping in at the last minute to sing the national anthem when the scheduled performer failed to show up. Amy was also co-rodeo director for the LA Rodeo with Roger Bergman in 1996. 2 weeks before that rodeo, Roger found out he had to travel out of state for work. According to Roger, Amy handled the rodeo weekend with no problems. One of the highlights of that weekend for Amy was again Dennis Terrell showing up to sing a beautiful rendition of Amazing Grace, which he sang for the Ride on His Horse ceremony, a closely guarded secret beforehand. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. Amy held the title of Miss IGRA, first runner-up in 1995. Working alongside 1995's Miss IGRA, Lee Shannon, and Mr. IGRA, Mark Verdane, Amy is proud that their team succeeded in putting some teeth in the IGRA rodeo program, endeavoring to make the team an actual working group. Amy then proceeded to serve 2 terms as IGRA Vice President in 1996 and 97. Amy has chaired a number of IGRA committees, including Rodeo Growth and Planning in 2002 and 3, Rodeo Judges in 2003 and 4, co-chair of Rodeo Judges in 2005 through 8, Health and Safety 2013 and 14, and Hall of Fame beginning in 2016. Having missed only the Toronto Convention in 2009, the 2016 convention in Austin is her 22nd IGRA convention since she began attending at the Little Rock Convention in 1994. Amy's 200th IGRA event was the Fort Lauderdale Rodeo in 2011, at which point she attempted to retire from IGRA. That was short-lived. However, lasting only a few months before, and I'll take responsibility for this, we dragged her back into the arena. Amy became certified as a rodeo judge in late 1999 and has just completed her 17th year as a rodeo judge. While primarily known as a rodeo judge in the modern rodeo era, Amy was also a certified scorekeeper for 5 years, from 1996 to 2000. She has received the IGRA Trustees Award in 1995, the IGRA Directors Award in 96 and 98, the IGRA International Award in 2008. She also shared the honor of the 1999 Windy City Rodeo Co-Grand Marshal, along with her dear friend, the late Bill Sangster Jr. Amy takes enormous pride in her long-time participation in IGRA and feels extraordinarily blessed to have met so many amazing people and have the great fortune to develop many lifelong relationships along the way. She is humbled and immensely honored to now join the IGRA Hall of Fame. At the time of her induction in the Hall of Fame, she still resides in Los Angeles with her partner, Deb, who is also known to rodeo contestants as Simone. I have the honor to welcome into the IGRA Hall of Fame, Amy Griffin. Also, Dennis has an older brother, James, also known as Stu, who competed in the International Game Rodeo Association events briefly during the mid-1990s. His father worked on large ranches, and the family spent half the year in Texas and the other half in Oklahoma. Dennis didn't participate in junior rodeos or high school rodeos like many rodeo stars, but began competing in rodeos during college. After proving his worth, Dennis received a scholarship to continue the rodeo for Sam Houston State University. Dennis competed in bull riding and steer wrestling events, even though his passion was for cutting horses. During his college years, Dennis met Paula Sage, who introduced him to team roping, and he found a new sport which he quickly mastered. During the 1980s, Dennis won many Central Rodeo Association, Texas Rodeo Association, and other Rodeo Association awards, including the event wins, Rookie of the Year, and all-around titles. He was a two-time Texas State and two-time national champion in the American Cowboy Team Roping Association, which later developed into the United States Team Roping Championship, where he won several event championships and 2 regional championships. Additionally, he won the coveted Windy Ryan roping event held in Saginaw, Texas, and many other top team roping championships. Dennis and Andy Anaya, his longtime best friend and team roping partner, traveled the U.S., winning team roping events all across the country. While in Phoenix in 1992, they met Chris Eisenman at the local roping event, and he offered them a place to overnight their horses. That place ended up being Greg Olson's place. Greg quickly introduced Dennis and Andy to the IGR rodeos. Dennis trained his pickup horse, Twist, to do the 3 IGRA speed events: barrel race, flag race, and pole dipping. Dennis also participated in many of the other IGRA rodeo events so that he would be able to qualify for the final all-out cowboy. Dennis's first IGRA rodeo was the 1992 Roadrunner Regional Rodeo. Dennis earned 5 winning points and came in second place for all-out cowboy behind Greg Olson, who earned 610 points. Dennis competed in all 12 IGRA rodeos that first year, including the IGRA World Fair Rodeo Finals in Phoenix. He was the all-around cowboy at 8 of those rodeos: the LA Rodeo, Pikes Peak United in Colorado Springs, Solaro in Tucson, Great Plains Regional Rodeo in Oklahoma City, Rocky Mountain Regional Rodeo in Denver, Great Area Regional Rodeo in San Francisco, Great Plains Regional Rodeo in Wichita, and the Atlantic States Rodeo in Washington, D.C. From 1992 through 2008, Dennis went on to win hundreds of rodeo event titles. At the annual World Game Rodeo Finals, Dennis won a total of 32 event titles and 7 all-around cowboy titles. In addition to his highly skilled performances in the rodeo arena, Dennis has a magical singing voice, which he has shared with rodeo audiences throughout the IGRA circuit on numerous occasions, often performing the national anthem or accompanying the ceremony of the riderless horse. Though Dennis held no official office for any of the association teams in anyone, he always helped to teach new or existing contestants to better their skills, and still does so today. At the time of his induction into this Hall of Fame, Dennis resides in Mills Point, Texas, where he trains team roping horses, gives roping lessons, and continues to rope professionally. Please welcome Dennis as a new Hall of Fame member.
in Del Rio, Texas. Her parents, Robert and Mary Lee Fitness, moved their family to the San Angelo area in 1960. Murmur has three older brothers and one younger brother. One of her brothers could not pronounce her name, so she became known as Murmur. She started riding horses at age 6 and participated in all aspects of ranch work, including working cattle, riding horses, farm repairs, building barns, fences, welding, and shoeing horses. She learned by watching and quickly added to her skill set. The San Angelo Standard Times published a story on her in 1972 and described her as having a shy smile, bashful speech, and a versatile girl. Murmur competed in rodeo events throughout her junior and high school years. She won several buckles, saddles, awards, in breakaway roping, steer riding, and bareback bronc riding. As a spectator, she attended her first gay rodeo in Denver in 1983. After checking it out and watching to learn, she and a few friends traveled to compete to Denver's third Rocky Mountain Regional Rodeo. She competed in bronc riding, bull riding, steer riding, shoe dogging, and wild cow milking. In September of 1985, the International Gay Rodeo Association was incorporated. Within a few years, Murmur added other events and became an all-around contender. Murmur has won a buckle in every IGRA event and claims her best event as shoe dogging. Her most improved event is thrill racing. And after 34 years of gay rodeo, her current favorite event is team roping. Murmur met Sandy Miller on the gay rodeo circuit in 1984, and they became life partners in 1988. Murmur and Sandy team roped together and participated in steer decorating. Sandy said she tried to help Murmur in barrel racing, but Murmur watched the event enough and made progress in time. Sandy passed away from high school disease in 2002. In addition to Sandy and friends, Murmur had numerous rodeo horse partners, including horses named Hank, Muffin, Lucky, Jackie, Pokey, and Ling Ling. Murmur started the Texas Gay Rodeo Association's West Texas chapter and has been a member of TGRA, OGRA, KGRA, and currently Red River Rodeo Association. She served as shoot coordinator, former president of RRA, and former president of TGRA West Texas chapter. In 2010, Murmur was honored to receive the Wayne Giacchino Western Lifestyle Award. This award is to recognize no more than one individual each year who is active within the IGRA community, promotes the Western lifestyle, adheres to the IGRA Code of Ethics and sportsmanship, and shows enthusiasm for the IGRA mission statement. When asked why, she spent all of her adult life in gay rodeo, and as a participant in IGRA, she said, friendships, meeting people from all over, comfortable being myself, and I formed the rodeo family. Murmur has suffered a few injuries throughout the years, with the most recent taking her out of competition for a while. She continues to participate as she can and looks forward to a full recovery. In the meantime, she is right there encouraging her rodeo family and helping as she can. At the time of her induction into the Hall of Fame, Murmur makes her home in Aubrey, Texas. She works as an electrician in addition to being a handyman and a woman. I know. Murmur volunteers time at Health Services in North Texas. She is an avid golfer and enjoys spending time with her friends and family. No, I didn't know if you won the awards, but anyway, would everybody welcome Murmur Tuckness as our new Hall of Fame.
Thank you for your attention. I don't know if I mentioned that this year's group comprises 88 years of the 766 years experience. I'd also like to remind everybody that you can submit a nomination at any time. The nomination form is on the website. It's very easy. The deadline is March 1st. You can submit them after March 1st, but if you do, they won't be considered for 2017. They would not be considered until 2018. So please give some thought to people in your association that are deserving of this level of recognition, and fill out the forms and send them our way. And I just want to thank Roger, Mike, and Candy for making it possible for me to not have to try and get through all four of those. So thank you very much.
She can't wait to get out of here, but congratulations and thank you to all of our inductees, and thank you to our chair, Hall of Fame cowgirl, Amy Griffin Pilgrim. We are going to go ahead and continue with our business so that we can press ahead. We will take our first afternoon break a little bit later. At this time, the Rodeo Officials Committee is still working on their report, I believe, Ron? Or you are, yes? At this moment. All right, we are going to proceed with New Business 02. It is available in your New Business folder. Please look to that. And Frank, if you'll go ahead and help us by putting NB 02 up on the screen. Oh, I do have a pair of glasses that was left on the podium. I'm not sure if that was for me. Thank you. I saw a hand. So I'll put it at the end, and if you'll come get it. NB02 is a follow-up from our discussions yesterday with regard to name, and it was presented for codifying a single type of reference within our rules, I believe. As you have a moment to get familiar with it, I see one paddle. If you know you want to address it, go ahead and raise your paddle. I'll put you on my list. Very well. I will go ahead and call upon Clint Coyle, Table 18, CSGRA.
I support this proposal because it standardizes the wording all reference to finals throughout all of the bylaws, standing rules, and rodeo rules, which is really important to do. This leads it, sends it to committees to work on marketing, naming, advertising, and all those other issues, but at least it's we adopt the rules.
Table 10, Asgra Tom Lott.
Thank you, Tom Lott, Asper. I do not support this rule, and I repeat what I said yesterday. We all have been discriminated against in our lives. We have not changed. We are who we are. Society has come to us, accepted us. Don't be afraid of that. Do not be afraid of that.
CGRA Table 1, Tommy Channing.
Hello. Just for clarification, I don't know where this came from, but just for some clarification, I'm understanding from reading this, this is not changing or adding the name of Finals Rodeo. Is that correct, Clint? This is just referencing Finals Rodeo the same throughout the rules. Is that correct?
Is there someone who wishes to address the question? Benjamin Avant.
Benjamin Avant, Bylaws Committee Chair in this case. I did write this proposal and submit it. And certainly that was part of the intent, was to clarify, to make it consistent. And then whenever I'm available to be recognized, I'll contribute.
Tommy, does that adequately answer your question? Thank you. We recognize Benjamin Avant in his own right to address.
Sure, thank you. So as I mentioned yesterday, or tried to state yesterday, there's 5 or 6 current ways that our Finals Rodeo is referred to in our documents, bylaws, standing rules, and rodeo rules. If we, to Tom's point, if we vote this down, you'll have the same 5 or 6 versions. In a couple of places, you'll have the WGRFF, or whatever it is, referred to in there, but you'll have many, many places where it still says International Finals Rodeo. So my intent with this is purely twofold. First is to pick something and make it consistent throughout, which is what this does. And then to Chuck Browning's question or idea yesterday was, can we make our bylaws, our governing documents, disconnected from whatever we call our final event? And with that in mind, that's where you'll see the second section there where it says Rule 14, changing International Finals Rodeo to Finals Rodeo, and I'll address why I chose that in just a moment, or why I stated that in just a moment. But that is where the event is defined. The event is referred to in a few previous places, but it's first defined in Rule 14. So whatever Rule 14 says is the language that should be used throughout. So I would call your attention there first. Anything else in the documents, bylaws, standing rules, or rodeo rules, that refers to anything finals should use whatever term is used as the title of Rule 14. If you'll notice the difference between yesterday's proposal and today's, there was 10 or 12 or a lot of pages where things were where we wanted to make it consistent. If we choose the term Finals Rodeo for our governing documents, not for our marketing and promotional documents, that narrowed down to about a page and a fourth, or a page and a sixth. Almost everywhere in our documents, it's referred to as generically as Finals Rodeo. If you had international in front of it, if you just said finals without the rodeo, and then a couple of newer places where we made changes in more recent years where people did not, when they made their proposals, they did not go back and look for the word that we've been using consistently, that's where WGRF and WorldGate Finals Rodeo Finals got into our bylaws or our documents. So I suggest that in the past couple of years, we brought in the inconsistency that we're trying to clean up today. The second part of, so that's the main thing that we're doing here, one of the main things that we're doing here. The second part is, if you read that new rule 14, section 1 is now being replaced by section 1 and 2, and that's where it says IGRA shall host Finals Rodeo and shall be responsible for its branding. I ran this by a few people to see, hey, is that broad enough to let the committee and or the board and or by resolution this organization to name it anything we want to name it. My biggest concern or my biggest request here or reason for supporting this is let's pick something that's generic enough in our bylaws that we don't have to revisit this year after year.
Table 3, GSGRA, Bruce Roby.
Bruce Roby, GSGRA. Thank you, Benjamin, for pointing out on that, especially on section 1. That's the one I'm going to kind of make a reference to. I'm not necessarily comfortable with the wording of, IGRA shall be responsible for its branding. There's been a lot of discussion in the last 24 hours about, that there's been worry that there's a change in the name, a change of how we're presenting gay rodeo. And I'm a little concerned of who in IGRA has the right to rebrand our rodeo. If this is coming from, if the finals committee has control and the finals committee is choosing to change it to a more generic name, I'm concerned that that's going to explode into a much more serious issue than just changing a couple of words in our bylaws and standing rules.
I'm going to answer that question. Okay? IGRA is this convention when it's sitting. IGRA is the full board of directors when it is sitting. IGRA is the executive board of directors when it is sitting. That is who may act under this. The committee does work, makes a recommendation to IGRA in one of those iterations, one of those forms. It could be as narrow as the executive board of directors. That is the answer to your question. CGRA, Jack Morgan.
I think it may help if in section 1 it was referred to as IGRA shall host rodeo finals and shall be responsible for branding it as World Gay Rodeo Finals, so that then there is no confusion as to what it could be branded. That's the first question, I guess, for amendment. The second, on section on where it's referring to rodeo and taking out IGRA Gay Rodeo, that is just for internal documents to be consistent. Is that an accurate statement?
Would you repeat?
I make a motion to amend section 1 to say IGRA shall host rodeo finals and shall be responsible for its branding as World Gay Rodeo Finals.
The amendment is to add as World Gay Rodeo Finals to the end of section 1 as it appears in black bold print. Is there a second? I see a second. Refresh. Jack, I have it right. You see it before you? Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Any discussion? Any discussion? Benjamin.
Before that amendment was made, I just told Bruce to put me back on the list for the previous level of discussion. Another option for you all to consider when to answer Bruce's question as well, or to respond to it. IGRA is this body when this body is seated. So another mechanism for doing this could be leaving our wording as generic, leaving our original wording, which is why I'm speaking against this amendment, and doing something through resolution of this body that does the exact same thing that you're suggesting through this amendment, a separate resolution that says this body decides that we want to direct IGRA to brand this as World Gay Rodeo Finals. I would prefer, I think it might be better to do it through an amendment than through our rule here. I'm not sure, I think in practice, they won't have any difference in effect, because the effect will be a direction to IGRA, the board, and down to the committee of what we want to call it. It just keeps the documents clean. And either way, we would have to change that at an annual convention. We'd have to come back and change this at the annual convention, or we'd have to change a different resolution at a future convention. So I think the effect comes out the same. So I'm against it, but not too much against it.
CGRA, Robert Purtell.
Thank you. We're speaking just to the amendment, correct?
Just to the amendment, yes.
This was the whole point yesterday, although we had a name wrong. Nowhere in our bylaws, standing rules, rodeo rules, anywhere currently does it dictate or state what the name of our finals rodeo is, was, gonna be, or should be. Now it is clear that it will be called this and can be changed. I agree with you, Benjamin, that, the purpose of one way or the other, a resolution have the same end result, so forth, so on. But now it's finally set in stone what it shall be called. I'm Robert Thurtell and I'm gay.
Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? None appearing, we shall proceed to vote on the proposed amendment, which appears in blue. All in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. When you are ready, please let me know. Refresh. Now, you see the proposal as amended. Is there any further discussion on that? I have two persons who have asked to be re-recognized. Is there anyone who has not been recognized for the first time who wishes to be? Tom Lott, Table 10, Asbra.
Tom Lott, Asbra. I really want to thank Benjamin for his clarification. And what I'm now going to say, I think I know Benjamin extremely well, and he will disagree with me. But I look at, if there are 5 different names, final, gay final, whatever we are, to me, that is an administrative change, which is legal to do. Make them all the same. It's like when you do paragraphs and the paragraph numbers are wrong. Whoever is keeping those bylaws can go ahead and make those changes. This, to me, is an administrative issue. Clean up the act.
I will make note of that, Tom, and we will dispose of it after dealing with this motion. Benjamin Avant. Clint Coyle.
So I support this proposal with the amendment, and thanks to those who added this part. I like it because it solves the rule book problem. It's a very concise wording. Finals rodeo, finals rodeo, finals rodeo. Everywhere, it's in every paragraph, all the different places it appears. But it also cements into the rule so that there's no lack of clarity that our finals rodeo is World Gay Rodeo Finals. I think this is the best of both worlds.
Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment as amended? The proposal as amended.
Yeah, I'll
Any
take
further
my-
discussion?
Sorry, I'll take my back. Yes, please vote for this. Yes.
Okay. Good. I wasn't looking your way. You had to intervene. Any further discussion? None appearing, all in favor of the proposal as amended, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The proposal is agreed to. Now, Mr. Parliamentarian, you heard the statement from Tom Lott that it is administrative to reconcile the name throughout the document. What is your advice to the chair?
This proposal should correct through vote, through a bylaws and standing rules and rodeo rules change. This proposal should create that consistency because we search for every occurrence of that. So as of right now, there needs to be nothing else done because this fixes it. Obviously, there are some changes that are happening this year that don't take effect until January 1. So by extension, any reference to a finals rodeo of any kind should take this same change forward into next year.
Thank you for your advice. Having heard the advice of the parliamentarian, is there any objection? Then it is ordered that that is what we'll do. We will now look at new business 03. Having had the opportunity to see the proposed resolution, is there any discussion? Up to you. This would be the time. Table 3, Bubba C. I'll get to it. As soon as it's done. You can phone it out. Let's give it a shot.
Obviously, yesterday. My intent of this resolution is to allow for every person that visits the website to know that this organization and all events, including rodeos, are for straight and LGBT people to be able to participate. The current website is not commonly display this. For a new person looking it up on the website, they will not know that it's for person.
That is the first address to this convention by Bubba C. It's okay for you to sit down now. Asgra, Frank Harrell.
While I agree very much with the intent on this, I don't see why we need a resolution. The website is not an item that's fixed. We just do it. So I don't see any reason why this has to go through this.
Table 10, Jason Brazil.
Jason, CSGRA. I fully support this resolution. I think that we do need to document this and make sure that this actually stays in the documentation that we voted on this, and it's a part of the website forever, no matter who owns the website or what happens or whatever documentation that takes place.
Table 18, CSGRA, Clint Coyle.
So we looked at the ITRA site a little bit before lunch, and while it does, if you search hard enough, it does say in there that we don't discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation, race, gender, a number of features. You had to really know what you were looking for The idea here is that it would be much more prominent. We believe it constitutes a frequently asked question at this point. Can I be in the gay rodeo if I'm not gay? And so the idea of the resolution is to put that really explicitly, answer the question in plain language with it.
Bruce, was anybody before me? I was on the list. Did anybody have a point?
Table 8 will be after you.
All right. Okay. Yes, this is just, I would, if this body desires this information to be on the website, I would support this and recommend that you do as well. Just like our previous resolution, certainly the webmaster can put on anything that the webmaster chooses or that the board or that someone directs the webmaster to do. And it's really at what level do you want that decision to be made? Most administrative things should probably be left to people who do administration, but sometimes things rise to a level of importance, such as the name of a finals rodeo and others, that we decide as a group we don't want anyone else to make a different decision than what we want it to be. So that's what you would be voting on today. If you support this, you're saying that we as this body want this decision to be this way and no one can deviate from that. If you don't choose that, then there may be deviation depending on whatever other levels those get approved at. So that's really the decision that you're making on this resolution.
Table 8, Black Bart and SGRA.
I'd like to speak in support of this resolution. I don't know if this needs to be a friendly amendment, but I would actually like to see our entire statement of what we are inclusive of alongside of this.
If you wish to see that, what is that state of inclusion that you wish to see included?
Exactly what Clint said.
Clint, would you please rise?
Article 3.
Okay, I need somebody to pull up that for me, please, so we can get the right words. Table, I'm sorry, I didn't see the title. 17, Chuck Browning, Sonoran Gay Rodeo Association.
Chuck Browning, SGRA. Article 3, non-discrimination from our bylaws currently reads, as an organization formed to elicit the best in all people, IGRA is pledged to offer opportunities to all individuals without regard to any personal or physical quality or characteristic that may be the basis for discrimination.
Very well. We have the words. Bart, is it your motion that those words be incorporated exactly in this resolution as what is to appear on those places in the website? Okay, we'll give them a chance to see if they can distill that down, and we'll have you verify. Let us refresh and see what we get. Bart, would you please rise? I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay. Question number 1 is, looking only at the portion of the blue that starts with the word as and ends with the word discrimination, is that the statement that we're wanting to see somewhere.
It is, although I'm wondering, looking at it now, if it should also explicitly, I would ask Bubba if he feels that he would also wish to have inclusive of all sexual orientation.
Okay, so let me read it so I get it understood. Bubba, he wants to know if you want to specifically have it say sexual orientation, or if you're okay with anything that may be without regard to personal or physical quality. Some might see it as characterized under there, or do you, that would be a basis for discrimination, or do you want it to say sexual orientation? Can we get the microphone to Bubba, please?
Yeah, I wanted to include something. I wanted to.
Okay, thank you. Bart, the answer is yes, he wants that. So you would want us to add those words? Okay, please stand. I'm not done asking you questions yet. Okay, so we're gonna add to get you right, perhaps comma, including sexual orientation, period, at the end of that sentence. Okay, I'm gonna ask you then, obviously we're gonna get rid of the article and non-discrimination. Looking at the black part, if I were to say at the end of the black part where it says sexual orientation, comma, which shall read colon, and that is the amendment you wish to offer. Very well. Thank you. Is there a second? We're just asking for a second. Okay. We do have a second. Clint, I will recognize you for commentary on the proposed amendment to the resolution.
So I appreciate Black Park's attempt to improve this. I do want to speak against the amendment, and I want to ask if the IGRA website can be put on the screen as an exhibit to my comment.
Frank, can you switch over to the website real quickly?
Yeah, IGRA.com. Sorry. What people didn't get to hear was someone was whispering in my ear which page, the home page, the other page. Yeah, so, and that's actually not IGRA.com. IGRA.com, yes, there we go. Now click on About Us, please. As you scroll through this, if you get down to Where Are We, you'll find in there that all careers and walks of life without regard to race, ethnic group, or sexual orientation. So it's quite varied, the fact that you don't have to be gay to be in the gay rodeo. We think that this is coming up as a question frequently enough that while we support IGRA's non-discrimination statement, it really needs to be in their plain language. You don't have to be gay to be in the gay rodeo. We welcome people of all sexual orientations, and that's the intention of the resolution. I'm worried that adding a lot of other features and other things that are in the non-discrimination statement waters that down and defeats the purpose of calling out that specific thing. And that's why I'm against the amendment.
I believe I have TGRA Tim speaking to the amendment or to the proposal. Very well. Bubba Steve? Oh, you have a question?
Tim Smith, TGRA. And Frank May can answer this. With the 501c3 application that we're going to do, could there be some legal verbiage that we're going to have to completely change with this to have that certification? And I don't know that he would know the answer, but I would like to know that maybe.
To my understanding, as long as what we put on the website is consistent with our governing documents, which are being reviewed by the IRS, and once they issue that determination, the particular portions that relate to what they require would then be in conformity. As long as everything else is in conformity with that, then there's no requirement to put specific verbiage on the website about this. We have a way to express it in different ways as long as it conforms with those principles in the governing document. Did you wish to address the proposed amendment or not? Yeah, I thought you did. Okay, Bubba C.
No, I was just, what Clint said, the same exact thing. That's what I was looking for. I mean, if they put things where you hear from everyone. You know, you don't have to, you don't have to dig straight. Start getting into all that. I mean, I'm not, that looks like, but get into come out of it. I look for it. But yeah, you're not really.
All right. I'm going to ask a question of anyone in the body who wishes to address it. If this resolution or some form of the resolution is passed, you are saying to the convention and to your leadership, it is important to us at this moment today that we find some way of legislating it, whether it's in a rule or by resolution. If that is what you want to do, then we should certainly proceed through this process. If you are willing to allow the leadership of your organization, working with those who are charged with carrying out this stuff, to try to get it right for you, then you need not to do this, but you certainly may not be totally satisfied with what you get. What is your desire? Frank Carroll.
What I'd like to see in this is whatever wording you decide, we can put it anywhere on the website that we want. What I would like to see is the second thing that Bruce was suggesting, that make the resolution that says that this information has to be there, but don't tie our hands with exactly what wording has to go into it. Trust the board to come up with good verbiage fit. Because if our hands are tied, it affects the way the website has to be constructed. But where I would like to see this placed, see if I can get it up here real quick. I would like to see it placed either above upcoming events or just below it. You want to blatantly put it there, I think that's where to put it. But if you tell us that it has to be exactly certain words, that can restrict the spacing that we have to put it there. If you get a lot of words, people aren't going to read it.
I recognize IJA Vice President Jason Bernard.
We'd like to call for a caucus at this time.
We'll take a 10-minute break to caucus. You can do whatever else during that break you need to as well. the time for caucus has expired. All right. The chair recognizes Black Bart from North Star.
Okay, alas, I cannot withdraw my proposed amendment, but I would recommend that people vote this down based on the conversations we've had, so we are not binding other people's hands. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. On the proposed amendment, is there any other discussion? Amy Griffin from ILGRA.
Amy Griffin, ILGRA. I can't take credit for this because this actually came very rapidly from the razor-sharp mind of Mike Lentz. The suggestion is, on the web page, Rodeo for Everyone, click on that, get to this information.
That is a wonderful suggestion. It doesn't actually address the question of adopting the amendment per se, but terrific input. You know, it's not every day you get inducted to the Hall of Fame or have to induct anybody. I understand. Is there any discussion on the amendment which the proposer has now urged to defeat? There being no further discussion, all in favor of the proposed amendment to the resolution as it appears in blue, say aye. Say aye for the blue. All opposed say nay. The nays have it. The amendment is rejected. We now go back to the resolution as originally scheduled. TGRA, Mandy Shipsky.
Hi. Mandy Shipsky, teaching. I think this is a good idea putting this on the website because that's the first thing all these girls ask me is, I'm not gay. You have to prove gay or whatever to be in there. And so, I'm fixing to send a whole bunch of girls, guys, to this association. The first thing they're going to do is go to this website. I think it's a good idea if it says you don't have to be gay, you know what y'all are saying.
Thank you. Table 1, CGRA, Jack.
Jack Morgan, CGRA. I guess I'm a bit confused in this body because we just spent how many hours in the last 2 days fighting over keeping the word gay in World Gay Rodeo Final. I understand we want to be inclusive. I understand it might be not on the forefront of the web page, but it says sexual orientation in there. If someone really is interested and concerned with joining our organization, they can get to it, they can find it, it's on there. I also don't believe we should bind our hand into one set thing. I recommend that we do not vote for this and we allow Bubba the opportunity to work with our leadership and with Frank and get it as we see fit so that we can make it more predominant, but I think this really binds our hands.
Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Table 7, Kelly Peebles. I beg your pardon? You're asking one or you're calling for it?
Frank, I just wanted to kind of clarify for everybody here too, do we have a back page on our site? Because I would think that would be the first place people would look when they're having questions about an organization.
Frank to answer the question.
Regardless of whether this resolution passes or not, this information is going to go on the website, the most prominent place I can find to put it. Probably either right in this area or down at the bottom here.
Jason, table 18, Cotton State.
Jason Cotton State. Frank, can you please go back to the resolution? I think what we're all missing here in this resolution is that the IGRA website prominently indicate this is, it leaves the wording and everything up to the person writing the website and the board. This is not describing, it is not saying anything. It just says that it has to be prominently displayed. I think we're skipping that point.
Table 20, UGRA, Kevin Hillman.
This isn't the first time I've addressed the board, but it is subject to preceding. I actually would like to speak in favor of giving flexibility to go back and look over and have a group of other enough to look at it and do it. One of the reasons I say that, I've working with youth groups that I worked with in Utah in the last few years, sexual orientation is not the wording they use. They use the word identity, and because of all of the different identities that we have, sexual orientation seems to be antiquated in a lot of ways. So I think we need to think about all of those types of things and take more thought to this is what we're focused on.
Cami, table 7.
I'm for this. Big part because it's what Andy said about getting the girls in and people. The first thing you see on the website that may deter people from coming in, and it could be with the way it is now. It could be something as simple as saying you don't have to be gay to play, but leaving it like this, you can change it and make it something. You have different taglines, whatever it is, to make sure people know that yes, we are a gay organization, but we welcome everyone.
Table 11, Laura Scott, NGRA.
I think what we're failing to see is there's a young lady right here in the front row who I'm assuming identifies as straight, who has many straight friends, who is telling this body of people that it would be easier for them to get involved with this group if they knew exactly what this group was open to.
Table 1, CGRA, Roger Japp.
I was just wondering how much time's left, and I'd call the question if we can.
You have 1 minute remaining. Number 17, Judy Munson, SGRA.
I was just looking at the Gay Games definition and their mission statement, and while it's a little long, it kind of is fairly clear. Inclusive in nature, and that no individual should be excluded from participating on the basis of sexual orientation, gender, race, religion, nationality, ethnic origin, political beliefs, and physical challenge, age, or health status. And that's their mission statement, how they include everyone in the Gay Games.
Is there any further discussion on the proposed resolution? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? None appearing. All in favor of the resolution say aye. None, or all opposed say nay. In the judgment of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion passes. I just want you to know I really meant it. Jeffrey Neal and Roger Bergman, I'm going to ask you to meet me at the end of the dais during the next presentation. I'm going to call for a follow-up report from the arena directors. We need to get a microphone, please. Yeah.
At this time, the Arena Directors Committee has nothing else to bring to the floor.
Thank you, Jeannie. Are you ready with ROC at this point? I hope so too. Ron Trusley, Chairman of the ROC, for his report.
Okay, this is going to be a little confusing, hopefully not too much. Can we bring up, I believe, is ACC01? No, it's not Rodeo Officials. There was one from about arena crew coordinators that came to us. Maybe it's under arena crew coordinator. There, okay. Okay.
Robert Thurtell, CJR, or Jack Morgan, Robert Thurtell, please. Jack, please state your point of order. I'm sorry.
I see a lot of empty seats on the delegation floor. I'd like to know who the council delegate was.
Very well. A quorum call has been made. Mr. Secretary, will you call the roll? You don't have to call the roll, just pull the delegations for the numbers.
CGRA, TGRA, GSGRA, AGRA, OGRA, GPRA, GPRA 1, MGRA, and MGRA, NSGRA, DSRA, ASGRA, NGRA, Pilgrim, Migra, Red River, FGRA, SCCGRA, SGRA, CSGRA, KSGRA, UGRA, $76 voting delegates. Okay.
The roll call has been complete. A quorum is in attendance. We will proceed.
Okay, so Arun, do you not have another page to this? I have a page they gave me that you said you had.
Frank, I'm going to delete the current ACC01, and I'm going to rename the guy to ACC01. Okay, hang on. Cammy, that's correct, right? When it works, it's brilliant.
So this one is Guy.
Frank, can you put the new ACCO one? That's it? Ron, is that the one you want that's on the screen?
No, the one I have in my hand is Rule 7, Association Requirements, with one change, and if it doesn't, it has to come before the other one.
We'll need to have Cammie come up. We'll start with her, and then we'll move from there. So we're going to suspend with Ron. We're going to call Cammie forward. I need to know a document name to tell them to bring up, please. Will you please open the one called Guy? That is not the correct one.
The one called Guy has just been renamed to ACCO 1 according to Cammie.
Very well. Please open ACCO 1.
And make sure that's the right one.
Is this... Frank, will you open ACC02, please? Frank, Please go back to ACC 01. Thank you. Cami Bowles, Chair of the Arena Crew Coordinators Subcommittee.
All right, the Arena Crew Coordinator meeting took place 10:30 on 11/18. There were 10 people in attendance representing 9 different associations, and 8 of those were voting delegates. The topic of this year's meeting originated last year at this convention. Last year's, there was a proposal brought out to make the Arena Crew Coordinator a certified position. The proposal had a lot of support, but the way it was put together got it sent back to committee to bring back this year. We've worked on it and brought it back, and it is our recommendation for the Arena Crew Coordinator position to be a certified position. We've put a lot of work into this. I've had help from I was just going to say that this is the collaboration of not just myself. I've had contact with the arena director chair, the shoot chair, and others that were in the meeting, as well as I've reached out to a lot of people in this room to work on this. So it's not just me coming with something like I did last year. There's been a lot of work put into this, and I am very passionate, so if you have questions, shoot. Not literally.
You've heard the recommendation of the Arena Crew Coordinators Subcommittee that the proposal be adopted. It is a subcommittee of the ROC, and I call upon the ROC to see if that is their concurring recommendation.
The ROC does concur with the proposal.
Thank you. With regards to the proposal, is there any discussion? Amy Griffin, Ilbra.
Amy Griffin, Ilbra. While I think I understand why this has been going on for a couple of years, I'm a little curious about a couple of things. The first is would this act in a way as a sort of stepping stone, part of the path towards becoming an arena director? Also, what are the financial implications? And would rodeos then be required to utilize a certified arena crew coordinator? Because some rodeos have boats. Michelle's group in Arkansas, Tommy Channel has been a frequent arena crew coordinator for Colorado and other places. Would non-certified arena crew coordinators be precluded from acting in that capacity were this to pass?
Okay. Answer number one, is it a path? No, the rule does not establish a path. Is that correct? A path to becoming anything other than this. Is it different from the answer to the question I gave? It's part of that group, but it is not a path to becoming an arena director. It's not, it isn't that. The answer to the question, does it place a financial burden on the association? Any certified official that is specified to be paid for by an association is required for them to pay. The only one our rules require to be paid for is the IDRE auditor for certain expenses and the use of a car to the secretary. On the question of is it required, the rule as proposed does not require it. And Amy, I'm sorry, I missed the fourth thread. Got it. The answer was it's not required under the rule as proposed. Is there any further discussion? 19, Michael Norman. Oh, excuse me. I beg your pardon, Michael. Robert Patel, C. Jury.
I guess I'm concerned. I appreciate the time that you've put in on this for 2 years now, 3 years. Is there a path to certification itself?
For this position, Robert?
Yes.
please scroll down to section 2. You've scrolled down too far. And refresh, please. Okay, so still, section 2, titled certification, I believe addresses your question, Robert.
So they're gonna, yeah. Okay, so I'll speak differently here. I am opposed to this, not because of the wonderful job that our arena crew coordinators do, but because of the burdens that certifications of officials put on hosting associations, finals, rodeos, all of those types of things. We do not certify across our circuit all of our rodeo directors that actually produce it. We don't certify timers. Like I said, don't take this personally about the job that anybody who sets up an arena does, because that's not the intent of it. But seeing that individual being certified, I honestly don't see the need for that. And if that's a question as to what the need of that certification is that you could answer, I guess I'll put it in the question.
The question is, what is the need that you see for this position to be certified?
Okay, this question's been brought to us a lot this weekend, and there's been multiple answers to it. As an arena crew coordinator, we're firsthand responsible for your measurements, checking in your equipment. Yes, we still report to the Blue, but we firsthand are there doing it. Blue is off at the front, running your event, getting your contestants in order. We're the ones sitting there making sure your event is legal. Example, finals this year, the very first go, they said that the poles weren't right. I'm the one that went out there and checked those poles to make sure that they're the legal measurements for your events.
Does that answer your question, Robert? Thank you. Table 19, KSGRA, Michael Norman.
Currently today, we print secretarial running orders for every certified official at the rodeo. This is additional paperwork that we'll have to do. Secondly, today, we have an arena director who's responsible for the arena, an assistant arena director. Sometimes there's 2 assistant arena directors. So it's going to take 3 people, 2 of which have to be certified, to manage what's going on in the arena. Making it a required official, what color vest would they have to have if they don't have the purple shirt? We have a great crew of purple shirts in the arena crew, and we have an amazing crew of green shirts that work the shoot.
NGRA, Roger Bergman, followed by Ron Trusley, Megan, Jack, Laura, and Bruce.
I haven't gotten up close to read this based on what I've heard before. Certification is basically let these people that are qualified to know what is necessary to set up an arena. Not a required position at any rodeo, so secretarial shouldn't have to have any additional paperwork to verify it because it's an optional position. It's just letting them know that if they don't have anybody locally, here's a person that they can get in touch with to come to their rodeo. And it's up to them if they want to offer a room or a room and airfare, optional, not required. The local association doesn't offer it because they know they aren't able to come. But just letting them know somebody that's qualified, they don't have support.
Thank you. Ron Trusley.
In regards to the certification, the path for certification would be just for arena crew coordinator, not to arena director. But with that, if this passes, then what would be necessary would be, as we did in the beginning of certification, when people were grandfathered in after we've been doing it for several years before the certification program, would be that we would have to go back to the trustees and let the trustees make a determination if there are people currently who should be grandfathered in as we work toward it. I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Table 13, Megan Fuller.
Hi, I'm Megan. This is my first time addressing this Michael. I just wanted to say that like to support because I believe that inviting one of us to your rodeo just does ensure that we have all of the knowledge required to ensure that nothing else is a fair competition.
Table 1, CGRA Jack Morgan.
While I applaud and agree with you, Megan, and I think it's a very important position, unfortunately, if you look under general rules for certified personnel, section 3, it does not meet this, what you have in section 2 does not meet that. There's not a seminar, there's not a written test established. So in my opinion, this is, I understand you put a lot of work, but it's incomplete as to what the certification process is currently.
Laura Scott.
I'm going to defer to Guy really fast to answer that question.
Well, now you can't
May I
pass the
address,
mic.
may I address Jack?
You may.
There's another proposal that is changing the certification requirements that we drafted after the county with it, so that's probably not.
So I believe he addressed the question you asked. So now we will allow Laura to have her discussion.
Okay. We have a shoot coordinator who is entrusted with running a group of people to run the rodeo efficiently. We have an arena director who is in charge of ensuring that the entire rodeo is run efficiently. We have a scorekeeper who has a team of people under him to make sure, or her, to make sure that the rodeo is run efficiently. This arena crew coordinator is no different than any of those certified officials.
GSGRA Table 3, Bruce Roby. One minute remains.
Thank you. Bruce Roby, GSGRA. I proudly support this as well as our whole delegation. The arena crew coordinators have become essential to every rodeo. And when we've talked about, I've heard mention of additional cost, of additional paperwork, of additional issues. I've never had additional paperwork, expenses, or otherwise with an arena crew coordinator. If anything, they've made us more cost effective and more efficient in every production we've ever had. So while there's our questions and there may be some concerns and there will probably be updates to this over the years, we do proudly support it and look forward to our certified officials.
Will Land, NMGRA.
Bill Land, past rodeo director for the last 2 years. I believe in this motion, this proposal, for a couple of reasons. If you look at what we do to rodeo, this crew is out there in every event but 3. They are doing something in every event. I have, the last 2 years, provided Tammy with a room and her whole crew with a room because I think that position is as important as the arena director or the shoot coordinator or any of that. It is important that we get them certified, maybe a step of 2 or 3 years to get from here to there, but we need to get it.
The time for debate has expired. There is a motion to extend, and it is second. All in favor of the motion to extend, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion to extend is denied. We will now look to the question at hand, which is the proposal before you, and I'm sorry I don't track its name. I can't see its number up at the top. You have had the debate. All in favor of the proposal, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you all.
Hold on. I'll recognize 8, 12, then I'll talk. Gene? last item. Mr. Secretary, will you do so? Amy Griffin?
Would this be an appropriate time to, my understanding is this would be dealt by the trustees, right? Grandfathering will be addressed by the trustees or by this body?
It may be done by either. It would certainly be the responsibility of the trustees to deal with this in consultation with the ROC.
Okay. Well, if it's this body, then I would make a motion.
It's an either or. Pick your poison. Which one do you want to do?
Okay, Bob.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations. The Arena Crew Coordinators Subcommittee is discharged with the thanks of the association. Thank you. Item number 2, ACC 02, based on the action previously taken, is now moot. Ron, if you will continue with the report of the rodeo officials committee.
Okay. Could we bring up the rodeo officials committee report? Our ROC meeting, November 2016. I'm not going to spend time on this. This is just about the summary of the meeting, so you can read that quickly. We do have several action items, and that I wanted to get to right away. Okay, so let's go to ROC 01. ROC 01, because last year, if you remember, I asked and we put in the arena director, shoot coordinator, judges, officers, secretary, scorekeeper as subcommittees of the ROC. And there is no provision for us to have subcommittees. So this proposal is to change the composition and the appointment of the committee from one representative to one lead person from each of the 4 certification areas. And it would eliminate paragraph D, known as subcommittee.
You have the recommendation of the ROC regarding, as it appears on the screen. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not appearing. All in favor of the proposal say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. The proposal is agreed to.
Okay, ROC 02. This is just part of the report that has names of people who were recertified. Okay, ROC 02. This one, this is several standing rules that all are dealing with certification and recertification, and it's applicable in all areas. So with that, I'd like to just summarize and the things that we're doing that we might get through it quicker on most of them. In all of the areas where we said area chairpersons that we had approved last convention would be changed to lead person for those areas. That's standard throughout. enrollment or anybody who wants to become enrolled in any one of the programs, contact the Rodeo Officials Committee Chair, removing of that particular area of interest so that we are coordinating everything through one place without the risk of something getting misplaced or forgotten. If you go to the next page, Section 7, recertification process. This first part is to remove everything underlined, which would do away with having to do an exam for recertification and passing the exam. Then it would replace all of those with the new Section A, that certifications are continuous, but maybe suspended, and instead of removed, that should be rescinded. Certifications are continuous, but may be suspended or rescinded at any time as written in Section 10, which is the disciplinary procedures.
Frank, or Benjamin, if you will look at the portion A, the word remove should be the word rescinded. And if you'll make that correction and refresh, please. You are on the correct one now. Oh, thank you, Frank. If you'll go ahead and change that word removed to rescinded. And refresh for us. Then we are on Section 7A and the word rescinded. Yes, the A in bold, thank you. On getting it worked and refreshed before we vote, we will make certain it's correct. Ron, did you have more on that?
Rob 02. Suspended or rescinded.
Benjamin will revise the document to remove the green highlighting and the underlining. Somehow that crept into the document in error, and all we are intending to present before the body is the bold items that you see at this time. We're not yet ready for discussion on the matter. Are you finished with presenting the proposal? Benjamin is correcting the formatting. Having said that, we will begin discussion on ROC 02. Clint Coyle, CSGRA.
I have a comment and then a question. My comment is,
The room will be in order. If you need to chat, there are rooms for that.
so my comment is, if I understood this correctly, this would remove the requirement for an annual written test recertification. My first hearing of that.
The answer to your question is yes.
So on my first hearing of that, I believe I'm against that. I am a certified official. I took a written test to get certified. I take a written test every year. The rules change every year. The test gets updated. It's a way of making sure that every certified official is up to date on that year's rules. I will say that taking the test is a pain in the ass. Getting it from the chair, finishing it, getting it back to them. I certainly understand the expediency of not having to do that, but I'm very concerned about removing any kind of quality control on what the certified official's knowledge base is as they go into each year. My question is, I heard at least three very different things that this proposal is accomplishing, and I'm wondering, this is not a motion, this is just a question. Would it be easier for people to understand and work with this if it were broken into sections of the same content?
That being a rhetorical question or a request for somebody to present a motion.
But it was not rhetorical. It was a question for the. There was a question
Very well. Ron, the question is, would it be more fruitful for people to understand the motion, be able to act if it were broken into multiple parts?
It could be, but I don't know, I'm not against it.
Because there is formatting work to be done and it has to do with track document, we're going to send it back to the committee briefly so them to get it correct so that we can complete our discussion and consideration of this. In the meantime, there is a new business item that was referred to the committee as required, and that is new business. I'm guessing 04. Let's try that. It is not new business 04. Please return to the. Nope. Nope. 01, please. Robert, new business 04. Can you scroll down to E4B, please? Thank you. All right, thank you. We will take consideration of new business 04, and we now have it before us. Is there any discussion on that, Clint Coyle?
So many of you may recognize the ramp saddle bronc riding section, which now appears as not bold-faced because it was passed and approved a couple hours ago. This is a new event. In going through it with a fine-tooth comb with several folks here to make sure that we're 100% ready to do this them in advance. We found one inconsistency, which is correct. Rule 10 states that the contestant must maintain hold with one hand on the hack rein. However, there was no wording anywhere else that directed the judge what to do should someone release. Does that stop the time? What does it mean? Is it actually that important that they hold on? Because the next rule says that they can do whatever they want with their hand, with their other hand. In discussing with Mandy and Wade, who are experts in this event, we believe that losing hold of the hack rein should stop time, the same way that hitting the ground stops time. And so this would bring all that in alignment so there's no internal conflict within the rule of the house.
Is there any further discussion on ND04? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? There appearing none. All in favor of the proposal say aye. Those opposed say no. The motion passes. The amendment is agreed to. Do I have any further items of new business? Mr. Neal, please wait. I'm told that we still have number one up in ND01. Can you call that forward? Is there discussion on ND01? Any discussion? Any discussion? There appearing none, we shall proceed. Number 14, Denise Reinhardt Stange.
I believe the ROC committee has scratched and withdrawn this one from the new business. The one that should be considered is not the new business.
Thank you. Ron, I'm told that this one has been removed from consideration by the committee and replaced with another one. Thank you. And that is that. I see no pending items of new business before the convention. Is my eyesight good? Is there further new business? Table 11, NGRA Jeffrey Neal.
You brought up yesterday the opportunities for future finance rodeo to potentially be in Las Vegas. I'm wondering if you have received pull from the delegation as to whether or not we should begin discussions on it.
In answer to your question, I have both before and during this convention received positive responses on the question as far as considering the possibility of moving forward to arrive at a final conclusion. Having received that question, I will ask the sense of the body not to make a decision to do it, but to put in motion the steps to consider it and see if we can arrive at something to consider in the future, to act upon in the future. I'm asking for the sense of the body. Is that the sense of the body? Yay or nay? We'll go with the yays. We'll ask for the nays. Mr. Neal, it appears to be the sense of the body that we should at least proceed forward with that. Thank you. Is there any further new business? Tom Lott? Asper?
Tom Lott of Asper. Do we consider the DSRA proposal under the business to vote on that?
We do not. It actually falls in a specific place in the agenda, and we're working our way ever so diligently toward that.
I just just wanted to clarify. Yes, thank you. Kelly Peebles, do you have any new business? Please stand so that you may be heard. The item sent to animal issues to get fixed is fixed and ready whenever I am ready. Please come forward. Thank you. Please call up AI2. Okay, this is the item that we were asked to reconsider after. That's the old one. We have the correct item, which will be named AI2B in the permanent record. In the meantime, you have before you the proposal as recommended by the committee. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? None appearing, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor of the proposal say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, the proposal passes. And now you have the thanks of us, Kelly. Thank you. Ms. Scott, will you please call a guy to the room? I could have done that myself. Are there any other items of new business? I'll review with you what's going to happen. And here in just a moment, I'm going to find out whether Guy's ready for his report. I expect we'll take a break and we'll come back to hear that report. We will then see whether the Rodeo Officials Committee is prepared for us. Once we finish with their work, we will act to go into elections. Then the selection of various sites. If there's nothing further before the convention, we'll proceed to the announcements and close. 14, Denise.
That new business item was moved for this new business 05.
Thank you. There being an item to consider new business 05, we'll call it forward. And the proposer has obviously given it. It was sent to committee. Do we have a recommendation regarding the proposal from the committee?
Rock reviewed it and agreed to move forward.
You have the proposal. Is there any discussion? Based on our prior activity, WGRF is not germane to consideration of the motion. Do not pass over that. If you pass it, it will read correctly. Is there any discussion on NB05? All right, we're going to refresh. It doesn't on mine, but okay. Is there any discussion on the proposal of Jack Morgan, CJRA?
I guess I have a concern on this, in the fact that it says it's based on rotation of certification date, if I'm reading it correct. So we, as judges, try to ensure that we you were getting receive an invitation to finals, fortunate enough that you have judged that event as much as possible, or the people that get the invitation input that have judged the most through the season, so that we have the most experience recent with the current rules for the competitors at finals, since the prize money is significant, as well as the recognition. This means that potentially you could have had several people that may have judged the event only once or not at all that year, that would then be, for the first time, potentially judging at finals.
The SGRA Clint Coyle.
So my understanding is that the concept of finals is that it's the best of the best, and that there's an effort to select for contestants the most experienced and highest performing contestants. There's an idea to try to select the officials that way as well. So this seems to run counter to that, and I'm just curious if there's anybody that could explain the rationale for doing it as a rotation as opposed to an attempt at selecting the most experienced, highest performing officials.
I will first ask for someone to address the question, and then I will give a point of information. Is there anyone to address the question? Denise?
In putting in the rotation, we felt like we needed a definition of what rotation was. They have certification date, so that we would have definition. The purpose of having the rotation is to have very skilled officials that are never asked in finals. So we are looking to see that it is not the same role every year. Is that correct?
As a point of information, this very topic arose with the board of directors in the selection of the WGRF officials for this year, and the committee approached it in one fashion somewhat reminiscent of the description that is now being discussed about best of the best and some being selected and all that sort of thing. The board of directors felt that did not serve the purposes of the organization fully, and have directed the WGRF committee to take more into account seniority so that people were able to be in, they never got invited, that sort of thing, but who were still certified. The rationale presented to the board being that if you are certified, you are qualified to judge or do whatever at finals. That is the point of information. DSRA, Lisa Smith.
So are we still talking about the question?
You are.
Or are we
the
talking
question
about
has
this?
been answered. Clint, is your answer adequate? Yes. Then we are now going to be talking about the motion itself, which goes to NGRA before it goes to you, and then you can have it after that. Because you were asking about answering the question. Right. NGRA, Will, I believe it was? No, NGRA, not NMGRA. Who did I have? One of you two. Nope? Okay. Now we'll go to DSRA, Lisa.
Well, I'm not sure where we are, but okay.
We are debating what you see before you.
Okay. I believe that there should be some kind of criteria on how to appoint the judges or all the officials, excuse me. And I do believe that the assistant should be a certified official to come to finals, just because based on experience, a few years ago, someone appointed their assistant who had 3 qualified people, and yet they picked an uncertified person to be their assistant, and it wasn't exactly kosher, I guess. But I think there needs to be more criteria based on how we pick our officials.
Thank you. Kelly Peebles, table 7.
Billy Peebles, NMGRA. In answer to Jack's concern, I think this one sentence kind of answers that. If the selected official is enabled, as in
he hasn't judged the rough stock events, but one time that year or something like that. That's something that that group of officials could address and say this person is not able to fill that role.
Table 12, Amy Griffin.
Amy Griffin, Ilbrecht. I thoroughly understand the intent of this, but I'm on the same page as Jack. Not all officials in a particular color are equally seasoned, shall we say. And I think that the way this is written, at least the way that I'm interpreting it, is that we would, each person in each category, in each color, would be invited, starting with the longest certified and working around. But if someone who perhaps did not work adequately during a rodeo year could still be invited, but not have sufficient recent experience to do the job. This looks like it goes right down the seniority list, period, and that concerns me greatly.
David Lawson, GSGRA, Table 3. Gene Frakes, North Star Gay Rodeo Association, Table 8.
Okay, now I got to keep myself from getting in trouble. First of all, the being unable, that phrase would not do what you said. And the reason being is there's no rule that specifies that a official has to have done something, whatever the requirement is. There is no requirement for what their skill level is or their yearly experience level is to judge at finals rodeo. So with that being said, there was nothing there that you could say makes them unable to, except for somebody's opinion. I don't know that I'm in favor of this or not, honestly. What I do know is that the fact that we have certified officials, and because I'm a certified official and my area is judges, I'm going to say because we have judges, that other judges in that group don't feel like have the ability or the experience, wrong word, the experience to judge at finals. And it has nothing to do with that judge. It has to do with the fact they weren't invited. That is a problem for me. If you're still a senior judge and we don't currently have levels of senior judge, rankings of senior judge based on experience, then I don't know why you would want to punish a senior judge because the associations choose not to invite that senior judge. And we as an organization allow that to continue to happen. And there's been associations who judge who like their teams, and that's fine, perfectly fine. So they invite the same people every year, and that's fine. But this is what happens when we do that. Then you have 5 or more than half of your certified officials that you can use for those positions not getting the adequate experience to judge at finals. I would not currently accept the job to judge at finals. I don't have the experience because I'm not invited, and I'm the 4th senior judge on the roster. I think now.
The time for debate has expired. There is a motion to extend and a second. All in favor of the motion to extend, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the motion to extend is defeated. On the proposal. You have it before you. The time for debate division has been called. All those in favor of it extending debate, rise and be counted. May be seated. Just a moment. You just now added 4. Are you telling us on your votes or on your roll call? On the votes on this question. Okay. So they're telling us that they had 4 more rise after we completed the count. Well, that would be the count. Yes. Okay. All those opposed, rise. Do I see a point of order or of personal privilege? Brent Coyle? Thank you. If the roll call will be revised, Cotton State has 3 voting delegates. Thank you. The count is 34 yea, 36 nay. The motion is denied. We will return to consideration of the proposal. Time for debate having expired. All in favor say aye. Did we already do that? Yeah. I'm lost because all I know is I'm counting yeses and nos. Have we already dealt with the issue? And we were confirming that we in fact had defeated it, correct? Never mind. Okay, so we had not done that. Time for debate is expired, so we are proceeding to vote, just like I just said, and then somebody, okay, got me off track. All right. It's all right. We're back on track. We are now to vote on the proposal as you see it before us. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Now, while the chair believes the nays are perhaps trying to influence the sound of the count, the chair still believes that it fails to meet the 2/3 threshold and the motion is defeated. We will now proceed to a break. I'll ask, actually, just a moment, I will recognize Amy for whatever it is. Go ahead.
Amy Griffin Ilgert, may I just make one point on that subject before we move on? I would urge next year's finals committee and subsequent finals committee to make every effort to look at how the various colored personnel, that really came out wrong, that the Skittle people, how frequently or intensely, how good, how bad, how they've performed lately, and to consider all qualified candidates, not to rule out newer certified people in a particular area, and just go with the veterans because that's what you're used to. We have a number of people who have come along, particularly in green and blue of late, who in a very short amount of time have expressed to, I think, most of the people that they've worked with that they are exceptional examples of competent, professional, certified officials. So I would just urge future finals committees making these decisions not to rule out the newer certified people. Look at their work. That's all. Thank you.
Amy, your summation of the sense of the House is well taken. Robert, as the current chair of the committee, Lisa, as the director for the coming rodeo, in the absence of next year's chair, you are charged with tracking that makes its way to the finals committee for their consideration. With that, we will break until 4:50. That gives you 14 minutes, and we will resume business at that time. Thank you, John.
advertising for the Zarley 2012 campaign.
In today's unpredictable political polls, sometimes you're on the top, sometimes you're on the bottom. Are you ready to have a candidate you can really get behind? I'm Matt Zarley, and you can trust me.
I'm Matt Zarley, and I approve this message.
Sir, we have a situation.
1 minute, wait.
Delegates, resume your seats. The convention will come to order. Delegates, resume your seats. Oh, and we sent it back to the formatting issue. We will now resume consideration of ROC 02. That was the one with the formatting problem.
No, it's not new business. Under Rodeo Officials Committee, ROC 02. That one. Okay. Again, formatting should be corrected now. I would like to try to go through this without doing every rule individually and tell you what it is and see if we can do it all together. If we Okay, good. All right. Number 1, Section 2 enrollment is just making aware someone interested in becoming a rodeo official contacts the Rodeo Officials Committee Chair to schedule training, and then from there it would go to the lead persons in each area. For all of the areas, on the next page, it changes area chairperson to lead person for the 4 different areas, and that is throughout all these rules when you see that. The big change on here is Section 7, starting recertification process, where we want to take out all those requirements for a seminar and passing an exam and all those things, and then add a new Section A that just says certifications are continuous but may be suspended or rescinded at any time as written in Section 10, which is the disciplinary procedures and things that where there can be a discipline. And because it's already was in place for recertifications, it said currently recertification recommendations, and because the Rodeo Officials Committee approves them and then presents the names to the trustees, and if the trustees disagree or want to deny one, then they can deny it, and then we act from there with the trustees. So that's just changing throughout in all the areas the word recommended to approvals.
I'm sorry, I heard you recommend.
Oh, no, I'm saying the word change. Okay. Yeah. Next page is the same thing, just using the words lead persons to area chairpersons. Next page, there were no changes, but I included the entire rules as I understood we need to do. The next page, under final evaluation certification, again, instead of using the word committee, arena director committee, is changing to arena director lead person throughout there. Next page, under shoot coordinator, it was nothing, but on the following page, it again changes committee chair to lead person. Judges certification program, instead of judges committee, changes to lead person. And then make the appropriate recommendation to the Rodeo Officials Committee, since that's, as I said, where that's right now. The next page, this will be junior judge, and then when we get scorekeeper, it will be the same wording, where it says, right now, after a junior judge has worked in all I-Jury rodeo judging positions at least once, etc., would change this to has worked in all judging positions for all required events, because the fact that bronc riding and saddle bronc riding will not be required, we want to say you've worked all required events. And then in Section 3 recertification, currently the judges had in there in the rules that everybody had to take a seminar to be recertified. So to be consistent throughout is taking out that. Moving on to next page, auditor certification. Again, taking out committee in the first part for the enrollment and saying to the rodeo officials committee to be the same throughout. And then we have to take out secretary and scorekeeper because it's a seminar period for certification, and it's understood since it's in this section that it is secretary and scorekeeper seminar. Next page, at the bottom, section 3, recertification, simply again removing the word recommended, put in approved. And the next page, scorekeepers. Section 2B2, just again putting the word required so that it's clear that you just have to work at the required events, changing the word recommended to approved. And hallelujah, that's the end of that.
You have the recommendation of the ROC that ROC 02 be adopted. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? No. Thank you, Will, for reminding me. Will Lan in MGRA, and you'll be 3, but I've got you.
I do want to thank you, Ron, for the work that you put into this, finding all the stuff to change. But I believe that a seminar to recertify, a test to recertify, keeps our judges, our officials, in tune with what we're doing. Because these rules change. We come and change them yearly. We do something. And I really think that we need to keep the test, the seminars. The rest of the stuff I'm okay with, but that particular part of it, I don't think that we have a lot of issues with certified officials, making some mistakes, and I see a lot less now, and I think it is because we do have tests, we do get them to go to seminars, and we know they need to know what they've got to do.
Number 19, KSGRA, Michael Norman. Number 18, CSGRA, Bill Robb. And it sounds like we're not on.
I'm going to speak.
Okay.
I move to separate the seminar and the test from the rest of the motion.
Just a moment. Let me review before I do anything. Acting on the complexity of doing what you request, is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will attempt to move forward there with the the motion to separate the subject of seminars from the remaining portion of the item. Seminars and testing. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion to separate? I'll take the point of clarification, then I'll come to Ron. Robert. And Robert, you go exactly to my dilemma about whether or not we can accept the motion. I may yet come to the conclusion that we cannot. Thank you. Ron.
The recertification part that is in now is written where everybody has to do an exam, not a seminar. Currently, only judges are required to do a seminar for recertification, so it's two different areas we'll be dealing with.
for everyone's clarification, we are not debating the merit of any item of the discussion. Simply, are we able to agree to separate a discussion of seminars and testing from the rest of the measure? Is there anyone who wishes to address that question? It is throughout the document. And Benjamin, are we still in agreement that we are conceptually able to do that? And I'll ask Robert if he agrees with whatever you tell me. Okay. We are believing that we may be able to separate them out. So at this point, we do not have the exact language, Robert, and you are absolutely free to assert that that bars us from continuing with this motion. Okay. All right. I will rule that the motion is out of order as it is currently presented because you have not given us the separation. Okay? Can we separate this from this? You're asking us to do that for you, which is not our role. Okay? That is why I'm ruling it out of order. Clint Coyle. Clint.
So, two things. I certainly understand that ruling, and of course defer to your judgment on that. It's disappointing because I think as it's written now, the more I scroll through this, there are so many different points in here, so many things that are completely unrelated. I'm inclined to vote no on this simply because I'm not 100% sure what a yes vote does and all the accidental things we might be approving. A specific thing I want to point out is wording that was specifically approved and added last year, I notice is being taken out regarding judge recertification. Judges who have not worked at least one rodeo in the current rodeo year may be recommended for recertification as a rookie judge at the discretion of the ROC, and it goes on to some other stuff. That was added specifically because there can be a circumstance where a judge, for whatever reason, is unable to work a rodeo that year. The judge certification process is long and involved, and we would hate for someone to have to start over completely when it's someone who may have several years of judging experience and simply took a year off. This created a pathway that preserves the integrity of the judging by making that person a rookie judge again, who would be supervised very carefully and would not be able to fulfill a certain sensitive positions, but still not make someone completely start over with the certification process. So I'm against that element of this. And if it all is part and parcel, I'm voting no. If nothing else, to vote no on that section, but also because I don't understand what all the other sections are. Thank you.
11, pork chop NGRA.
I can address that because I proposed that change last year. With this year's proposal, it makes all certification areas level. So if you don't work a rodeo, you have to complete a seminar. If you complete the seminar and you reapply for certification, your certification continues. The intent of the entire proposal is to eliminate the written exam, which is due by March 30th. The rules are not published until about mid-January. If you don't pass the test initially, taking for granted that you write the test the same day the new rules come out, you have 30 days to take the test again in order to pass. So in practice, the tests that we are taking have nothing to do with the current year's rules, unless they're unchanged.
NSGRA, Gene Frakes.
Okay. I'm going to start with a question and a comment. Ron, would you confirm that what I understood this to do is not what either one of them have said, and it is simply if you were recertified, if you were certified already and you put in an application for recertification, there's been no disciplinary or problem areas reported against you, your recertification is automatic.
He's asking if you can confirm that that is what the item says.
Not exactly, because the ROC still approves the recertifications.
Okay, but within what I'm reading here in there, it said if they're based on discipline, anything, if there's nothing, if there has been disciplinary actions or concerns taken, then it can be denied.
Yes, as long as you, everybody, if you worked one rodeo, you met the requirement and you supply, and if there are no disciplinary actions, it should be approved by the Rodeo Officials Committee.
Okay. Then I'm done because I did misunderstand. Because I didn't think that the one rodeo was part of it. I thought it took all of that out, that whole section, so I missed that thing.
Is there anyone else who can answer the question? Differently, okay, very well. Number 9, DSRA, Lisa Smith.
Concerning the portion on testing, just because someone doesn't get their test turned in on time or doesn't want to take the time to take a test, that doesn't really mean we should throw it out. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm talking about in general. If you have procedures for testing and it seems like you're having trouble getting officials to do what they're supposed to do, does that mean you just get rid of it? That's correct. That's right.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Table 2, Jeannie?
Is the sticking point one particular discipline? Speaking from the arena directors, and I'll be bold enough to say it for Shoots for Jay, at this point, the testing that those discipline is basically a fill in the blank. We're not affecting a contestant's money. We're just moving equipment and volunteers, and the testing in those particular areas is not effective. It's the same test to the same people that have been doing it, except with the exception of this at this time. So that was the reason we were in agreement that the testing may not be what you actually think this test is. The judging test is more closed book. Do you know the rule? You're affecting somebody's money. Do you know what's going on?
The parliamentarian wishes to address the convention.
This is in an advisory capacity. Guy who is part of the committee, yes, has brought to my attention, and I guess Ron needs to be on the same page, there was an area of this proposal that had a different font in it. Because I can edit things up here, I edited that font to make it the same as all the others. I'm hearing now from the committee, a committee member, that that area of font that was different should have been underlined to be removed, and it's not underlined in what you're voting on. I do not recommend passing something that,
or acting upon
something that we don't even know if it matches what these two have on a piece of paper.
Very well. Now, you having said that, I do have a question with regard to the proposal in whatever form. Is it a necessity that this proposal or some instance of it be acted upon by this convention to leave us without something undone from what we've previously enacted at this convention? Okay. Ron and Guy, since you worked heavily on this, my question is it a necessity for this convention to make some action within this item to not leave something undone that has to be completed by action we've previously taken at this convention? Do we have to do it today or not? Okay. All right. Having consulted with the parliamentarian about the condition of the matter before us, which is not in proper form to be considered and cannot be made such at this convention, this item is out of order. And by virtue of the fact that the trustees are already charged to deal with interpretations of our rules as they arise, there being a possibility of a problem relating to action previously taken at this convention, the matter will rest with the Board of Trustees. Is that the end of your report? That concludes the business of the ROC for this convention. The chair wishes to call the chair of the Board of Trustees for his report, which was deferred from our opening session.
What? Okay. This report is much more pleasant than my report last year. In my last 6 years as the NJRA trustee, I've had the opportunity to serve the executive board of directors for the last 3. 1 as the Division I vice chair, and 2 as the trustee chairman. As the trustee chair, I made it a personal goal to attend as many rodeos as possible. In 2015, I attended all but 1, which was a 2 rodeo weekend. And in 2016, I attended all but 2. Additionally, I attended all IJRA-owned events and every board meeting. Additionally, as trustee chair, I served on the Rodeo Officials Committee, the Membership Standing Committee, and actively participated with the WGRF committee. Needless to say, the last 2 years have been very, very busy. As my service in these capacities come to an end, this year I feel it is important for the trustees to elect a new trustee chair who has the drive, vision, and tenacity this position demands. The same is true for the election of the new division vice chairs, who play an equally important role in the leadership of the trustees as a whole. Last year, I challenged the trustees or the attendees of the convention to put their best foot forward, to offer the support and encouragement of the members of their IGRA family, and to make sure their actions had a positive impact on the organization. I'm happy to say we have made significant strides in 2016 to meet these challenges. And I'm proud of the work we've done collectively this year. While there have been some very challenging situations for the trustees to handle this year, they've been addressed and resolved without friction and division experienced in some past years. For this, I'm very thankful. Lori King is the NJRA trustee-elect who will be taking my place on the IGRA Board of Trustees. Lori served as NJRA's trustee and also as Division I Vice Chair in years past, and I assure you she will do an excellent job. I want to express my gratitude for all the help and support I've been given from the other executive officers, fellow trustees, rodeo officials, and many others. I look forward to working with all of you in the future as a rodeo scorekeeper and secretary, and in any other capacity destiny may lead me. Like in business, I've always strived to be firm, fair, and consistent. I hope I've served you all well, and I look forward to the future growth of this organization, which has been very dear to my heart, not only today, but for the past 17 years. And finally, the answer many of you are waiting for. While I'm truly humbled and flattered by the gesture, I would like to respectfully decline my nomination for IGRA president. Anybody have any questions? There you go.
I want a vodka. A vodka Frosty. Guy, you have my admiration and respect for your knowledge and leadership in this organization. I would have said that even if you had decided to run for president. You have been more than a capable partner in the leadership and management. You have been indispensable in helping, well, in working together to do what we are charged to do for IGRA. Thank you. I see only one committee remaining to complete its report. Am I missing any committees? I see no new business pending before the organization. I will call Frank Mazo to complete the report of the nominating committee.
Between my report yesterday and this afternoon, we have no additional nominations that have come to my attention. So at this time,
Are there any nominations for the office of IGRA president? Any nominations? Any nominations? Nominations are closed. Are there any nominations for the office of IGRA treasurer? Any nominations? Any nominations? None appearing. I declare nominations closed.
Just quick instructions. I'm sure many of you here know the process. For anybody that's new, if y'all could make sure they understand the process. What we'll do is we'll pass out ballots. I have helpers that will go down each row, pass out the ballots. You have to be sitting at the table. I mentioned this yesterday in my report. Only voting delegates sitting at the front table get ballots. They are the only ones that count. Okay? After you get the ballot, you make your vote, fold it in half, and hold your hand up. And the person will come back and collect the ballot from you. All right?
Prior to beginning the casting of ballots, we will poll the delegations for the correct number of votes currently seated. Mr. Secretary.
GRA, TGRA, GSGRA, AGRA, OGRA, MGRA, NMGRA, NSGRA, DSRA, ASGRA, NGRA, ILGRA, MIGRA, Red River, FGRA, SCCGRA, SGRA, CSGRA, KSGRA, UGRA, plus we have 4 officers.
For the balloting of the office of President and receiving the results thereof, I call upon Vice President Jason Bernard.
Since I've had to listen to that all weekend. When you get your ballot, if you will mark an X either next to Bruce's name, or if you will mark an X below that and put no. Frank, do you have the, Frank, Mesa, do you have the ballots? Okay.
Frank, once you start passing out the ballots, give me a sign that you're about to do that. I'm going to conduct business until you start. Okay? Very well. We will go out of the order of business to consider the proposal of the Diamond State Rodeo Association to host the 2017 annual convention as presented by them earlier in the day. The chair notes that only one bid has been received for annual convention. The question is, shall DSRA's bid to host the annual convention be accepted? Are there any dissenting opinions? The question really is, well, I gave you the question, yes, as you gave it to me. The motion passes. So, are you a buck or are you a snort? Oh, yes, that does. Let's all practice together. A 1, a 2, a 3. Suit! The House will be in order.
I declare the balloting opening for the office of president. If I could have all the delegates please be seated to receive your ballots. It has to be written. Again, if all delegates could please take your seats to receive your ballots. $14. Can somebody get a microphone over here to Janet, please? Okay. Frank. Are all the ballots collected? Yes? Seeing so, I now close the voting for the office of president.
We will now proceed to, I'm going to do this so we have something to cover the gap, Randy. I will now proceed to the balloting for the office of treasurer. Are the, no? Do I have people from the nominating committee in the room to pass out ballots for treasurer? Okay. Well, we're not going to do that just yet. Randy Edlin from TGRA, will you come forward? Well, it won't take long.
First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for allowing us the opportunity to do our drawing for annual raffle here. We have an Apple Watch. It is a 14 millimeter stainless steel case with a woven pearl band. So we've sold 1,554 tickets, and I'm going to ask Mr. Bruce Grove to please draw the winning ticket. In the hole, Bruce. In the bag. Grumpy.
Guy, will you please consult with the nominating committee to see if there is anyone to distribute ballots for the office of treasurer so we can get that started? We cannot have delegates doing that. You can be a non-delegate and you can be on the committee that way. All right. While we hope for someone to come in to do that for us, I wish to take this opportunity to note with pleasure that last year I asked and reminded the delegates to plan their travel and their commitments accordingly so that they could remain to the completion of the business of our association. And I see that many of you have, in fact, chosen to do so. I thank you, first and foremost, for doing that, because otherwise, it's hard for us to do what we're supposed to and need to do. And in addition to which, I wish to remind you and urge you to make plans to do the same thing when we join one another next in Little Rock, Arkansas. I will pass over the election of treasurer briefly so that I can move to other item of business. The next item of business is the selection of the 2018 convention site. Are there any associations presenting a bid for the 2018 convention site? None have been identified to the executive board. Are there any? Are there any? There being none, we will have no decision on that by the assembly today. Pursuant to the rule previously adopted, which will take effect on January 1st, the board of directors will assume the responsibility of planning the 2018 convention. If you are interested in seeing us in your fair state or territory or city or whatever, please give us consideration that you'd like to do that. We'll be looking around at what we think will serve IDRA's best interests and yours in that regard, which I think is an excellent idea to consider. We now proceed to consideration of the selection of the 2018 IDRA University site. This is not required to be done here, but it is, as we might say, a best practice to be planning it everything at least 2 full years out. Is there a proposal to be presented to this convention? Is there any proposal? Any proposal? None appearing, it will be, as has customarily been done, taken up by the Board of Directors in the absence of the convention, and we will be pursuing it sooner rather than later, I trust. Is the nominating convention committee in the room? I'm told that we need to revisit an item prior on our agenda, which was the receipt and approval of the minutes for the last convention. Mr. Secretary, do we have those available for consideration at this time? Okay. They have not been received, so they are not available. We're in the same situation we were in before. If you give us direction, we'll deal with it. In the absence of direction, I would ask, we would normally handle it at the next convention because it's the convention's responsibility to deal with that. I would ask you whether you might allow, as I outlined, a possibility of in charging the Board of Directors to oversee that is done using the resources that are available to us to get a set of minutes out and reviewed by the board. If there is no objection to that, then that is how we will proceed. Is the nominating committee in the room? Thank you. Frank, if I may ask you to distribute the ballots for the office of treasurer. Delegates, please be in your seats to receive a ballot. I remind you that in marking your ballot, you may mark the name of the candidate David Hill, or you may mark a blank line and write in the word no. When you've completed your ballot, please indicate that it's available for pickup by raising your arm. The balloting is open. Please silence the music. I see a paddle. Go ahead. Lori King.
I have a question about university in 2018. 2017 is going to be in Las Vegas. We know it. We love it. We want you to all to come. I watched the board meeting online when you had it in Denver. And I thought, unless my computer was, and it was early in the morning, I don't know, that Oklahoma made a presentation to have 2018 in Oklahoma City.
Lori?
And I thought you approved it.
Your point of order is well taken. The agenda has been carried over from previous years, I trust. And I, unfortunately, have not noted that myself. You are correct. The 2018 IDRA University site is the Habana Inn in Oklahoma City on the customary weekend. Thank you for correcting the record on that.
He's
Frank,
had a long day.
You are prepared? Are they passed out, or you're ready to pass them out? You will distribute the ballots. And then I will move to Keystone State Gay Rodeo Association for any announcements or remarks you wish to make.
So Keystone State Gay Rodeo Association is very excited to be putting on our first rodeo in 2017. So please make sure you add those dates to your calendar, June 24th and 25th. We have some very exciting things planned for that weekend. And if you haven't heard about our facility, we have an awesome facility. The event is going to be completely inside. Air conditioning, heat inside, everything. So it doesn't matter what the weather is going to be like. We are going to have a fantastic rodeo. The complex is located in downtown Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So it's very easy to get to. Our host hotel is right across the parking lot. So basically, it's going to be all together, and we are planning on having a large dance event at the rodeo grounds complex on Saturday night as well.
All right. Thank you, Adam, and Keystone State Gay Rodeo Association. Were you taking a breath, or were you done? Thank you. We'll move to the Cotton State Gay Rodeo Association.
Cotton State Gay Rodeo Association is pleased to announce that we are tentatively planning our first ever gay rodeo in the state of Alabama for the weekend of April 28 and 29, 2018.
Thank you, Cotton State. Short, sweet, to the point, and delightful. Sonoran Gay Rodeo Association.
Chuck Browning, SGRA. I'd like to thank TGRA for your hospitality this weekend and congratulate Blake Little on his inductee with the Paladin Award of the Gay Lesbian Rodeo Heritage Foundation. Also, congratulations to our Hall of Fame inductees, Murmur Tuckness, Amy Griffin, Andy Anaya, Dennis and Terrell. Wish you all a safe travel home and have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you, SGRA. Sacramento Capitol Crossroads Gay Rodeo Association.
Thank you, TGRA, for an outstanding convention.
Thank you, SCCGRA, the Florida Georgia Rodeo Association.
SGRA would just like to thank everyone for their hospitality this weekend, and congratulations to our president and our treasurer for remaining in their positions.
Thank you, FGRA, the Red River Rodeo Association.
Annie Pratt, Red River Rodeo Association. Thank you, TGRA and IGRA, for hosting a great convention. We look forward to a wonderful 2017, and we plan to make sure this time when we do our rodeo schools that we make sure they're certified, and we're going to make sure that we come up with a date very soon. We can work on our website and get it up really soon too, and sometime before the first rodeo. Thank you.
Thank you, Red River. I'm going to interrupt. Go ahead, slide for the mid-flight. I'm going to interrupt the process just a moment to announce this just in. The election of the treasurer is successful. David Hill has been elected for another term. Congratulations, David, and thank you. The Michigan International Gay Rodeo Association.
I would like to thank everybody for a great convention. We are working tirelessly on getting back on the rodeo circuit as soon as possible. We will be going and seeing our friends at North Star and also making our way over to Keystone, which are our closest neighbors. And hopefully they have a great rodeos. Thank you.
Thank you, Migra. The Illinois Gay Rodeo Association.
I'd like to thank TGRA and particularly Mary Honeycutt and her team for doing such a great job for us here. Thank you very much, and safe travels home, everybody.
Thank you, Amy and Ilgra. I'm going to ask you to suspend just a moment. I need to ask if someone could be found for the room. Never mind. Please proceed. Nevada Gay Rodeo Association.
Laura King, Nevada Gay Rodeo Association. As you can see, Porkchop has already delegated to the trustee-elect. The bar was open. He needs to smoke. Who knows? So we would like to invite you all to come to Las Vegas twice next year. Plenty of time in between to relax and save up your gambling money. But the first time, we'd like you to come January 13th through 15th to attend university. It'll be at the Alexis Park Hotel. And if you would go to igrauniversity.com, you can make your hotel reservations and you can register for university. Then we would like you to come back in September. We will be the last rodeo on the circuit. So this will be your chance to get your points for finals. And we will be rodeo number 501, which is pretty exciting. It's like we're starting the next 500. And we are September 22nd through 24th at Horseman's Park, where we have had our rodeos in the past. So please come see us twice next year.
Thank you, NGRA. The Atlantic States Gay Rodeo Association.
Tom Lott, Atlantic States. I want to say thank you for TGRA and others who assisted putting on this convention. It was one of the best ones I've seen. I'm very happy about that. We have a member in Astra. You know him as a senior judge. His name's Michael Lynch. But Astra knows him differently. We call him our treasurer. Michael got married November 5th to his partner, Rob. We wish him well. My last comment would be thank you for the convention. Godspeed, and go home safely.
Thank you, Asgra. Diamond State Rodeo Association.
Do we have to stand up? Oh, okay. The SRA would like to say thank you to TGRA and Mary Honeycutt Incorporated for all the help in getting us together. DSRA will be having their Rodeo in the Rock next April. We are having our first rodeo school, and we had already talked about getting a bronc event in the school. And so we're looking forward to that. Plus, we're going to have a barrel race that night. So we're going to be busy, besides hosting the board of directors meeting too. So come on to Little Rock. Please see Nikki afterwards if you want to get one more Christmas chance for some money, or if you get in third place, you get to drink all the alcohol you can at Little Rock in the Rodeo in the Rock. So there you go. Yeah, Robin was our winner last year, and she drank and drank and drank. Okay. Our final one is thank you for your confidence. Hey. Thank you for the confidence in accepting us for to put on the next convention next year. And we're going to say buck snort, and we'll see you later.
Thank you, DSRA. The North Star Gay Rodeo Association.
North Star would like to thank TGRA and IGRA for a great convention. As you know, in 2015, North Star came back onto the rodeo schedule. In 2015, that didn't go quite as planned. But I'm really proud to announce on behalf of North Star Gay Rodeo Association that with the help of our neighboring associations all the way down to Texas and up to Michigan, and that with our support locally, Colin, you just gave a international put on a $10,000 profitable rodeo, and we were able then to pay our debt current and give $5,000 to the Aliveness Project in Minneapolis. And it's a very exciting time for North Star to be able to do that. And I do give that credit to Colin and his assistant, Corey. They did a great job. Colin had a big learning curve from being gone for so long from doing that, but he got it, made it happen. We do want to see you all up there again this year because we had money to start again. So we are putting on a rodeo in July, the last weekend of July. Please come up. We want it to be a little bit bigger than last year. We're ready to try to grow a little. So see you in July.
Thank you, NSGRA. The New Mexico, go ahead, 5,000 is worth applauding for. The New Mexico Gay Rodeo Association.
New Mexico would like to also thank TGRA, and we'll see you perhaps twice in the Land of Enchantment, once in Santa Fe, and we're looking forward to supporting the World Gay Rodeo Finals in Albuquerque this year.
Thank you, NMGRA. The Missouri Gay Rodeo Association.
Missouri would like to thank Texas for hosting this convention, and we want to thank everyone that came out to our rodeo this year. We are coming back again next year, bigger and better. So thank you all who came.
Thank you, MGRA. The Great Plains Rodeo Association.
Yeehaw. This is Liz from Great Plains Rodeo Association. We would like to thank IGRA for choosing Austin, and Mary Honeycutt and her team, or Mary Honeycutt Incorporated, for putting on such a fabulous convention. And it's been one of the best I've ever been to as well. It has gone flawlessly. And thank you for allowing us to change our name. And Mr. Was it Trusley, Trusco, one of those? Yeah, one of those things. I'm going to get you if you keep calling me OGRA. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, GPRA. The Arizona Gay Rodeo Association.
Well, it might be a bit loud. AGRA, well, first of all, Austin is a beautiful city, and we appreciate everybody associated with putting on this convention. It was very well done, and we thank you very much. The average high in Phoenix during our rodeo in February is 73. We like to see all you down there, particularly from the snow belt, because at 73 degrees, many of you start taking your shirts off. I've already talked to our president and to the rodeo director, and we are in the process of renegotiating our contract so we can offer ranch saddle bronc riding, and we intend to offer that in our rodeo to start off this year. So the experiment will start in Phoenix, Arizona. We're looking forward to that. We also want to remind you that Rustock Events has an additional prize money last year of $2,000. That was increased to $4,000 if you check out our website. So Rustock is even more, it's going up and down. So Rustock is even more profitable this coming year than the one before. We're also going to offer an additional $2,000 for ranch saddle bronc riding. I guess you can hear me like this, all right? So that means the total added money for Rustock will be up to $6,000 this year. And we also want to remind you that the rules as far as limited rodeo are still in effect. Bob Pimentel will be working with all the contestants individually, like he has done the last 2 years. He'll be doing that this year. And anybody who has any questions, ask. But you're definitely welcome. We'd like to see you at our rodeo.
I call upon the Golden State Gay Rodeo Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an amazing weekend, and I'm very proud to have been part of it. We've had a few testy moments, we've had a few exciting moments, and again, such a pleasure to work with everybody in this room. The Golden State Gay Rodeo Association is very proud to invite you to visit our great state again twice this coming year. Hot Rodeo in Palm Springs. As always, it is Hot Rodeo, May 12th through 14th. Our honor and privilege to present rodeo number 500 for IGRA. This is not the Bay Area Rodeo. This is not GSGRA Rodeo. This is your rodeo. This is the rodeo that everyone in this room, every member of every association has worked their asses off for over 30 years. And we're very, very proud to be part of that heritage, very, very proud to be part of that future. And I look forward to everyone coming to the Bay Area September 15th through 17th of this coming year to participate in such an amazing milestone. Again, kudos to Mary and TGRA for an awesome job this weekend. It's such a pleasure to work with somebody that's not grumpy. She can take the heat, and she can still give us a smile and love us all. And it's such a, I try to learn, but I'm an old dog, and those new tricks are tough. Red River Rodeo Association, thank you also for keeping us caffeinated. I could never survive without that Diet Dr. Pepper, so thank you. And again, it's been my honor and privilege to be a trustee representing the great state of California for the past 3 years. I look forward to passing the baton to Steve Guidry. I think you all have known him as an awesome competitor, a great gentleman, and he's going to do us proud and do you proud representing for the next 3 years at the IGRA level. So again, thank you for your trust and your support for the past 3 years as a trustee, and thank you for making this convention an awesome, awesome weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, GSGRA. The Texas Gay Rodeo Association.
I want to thank everybody for being here this weekend. Tell y'all all safe travels home. Only thing I have is I want to invite everybody to our great Texas Tradition Rodeo, March 16th through the 18th at Diamond T Arena in Denton, Texas. Oh, looked at the wrong date, sorry. March 31st through April 2nd at Diamond T Arena in Denton, Texas.
Thank you, TGRA. I call upon the Colorado Gay Rodeo Association.
First of all, I'd like to thank the great state of Texas, the city of Austin for having us here, TGRA for all of your assistance in assisting IGRA and your selection in Texas and the city of Austin for this convention. Very well run and enjoyed it. Keep an eye on the cgra.us website, cgra.us. Our rodeo is currently scheduled for July 7th, 8th, and 9th. However, I am here to inform you, or shall inform you, those dates may be changing soon. So if you'll frequent the website, as soon as the board meets and we get the dates approved, that may be changing very soon. This is Rocky Mountain Regional Rodeo number 35. 35. We're the longest running consecutive rodeo on the IGRA circuit, and we hope that you will all come and visit us on that. And with that, I will end, other than asking, was it because nobody was running against you that we didn't get candy this time, or is that still coming?
and one for me. As the host association, never thought I'd say that, the International Gay Rodeo Association thanks our partners in Texas who have done such a terrific job in accommodating us. I thank the committee and all the members. Oh, I haven't forgotten. I have given them pride of place. But thank you. I thank your team, all the people who've participated and assisted. I thank the associations. I thank those of you who are at home. I've gotten some little statistics over the course of the weekend. There are a lot of you who've been watching. I remind you that you are IGRA. Not me, not us. You are IGRA. When effort meets effort, when we work together in partnership, IGRA with you, you with one another, all of us together, we do amazing and incredible things. I have been overwhelmed with what I've seen before us this weekend. And I thank you all for that. I also mentioned the flags are not souvenirs. We'd like to see them returned into the boxes so that they can go to Diamond State Rodeo Association for next year. In addition to which, I still have a pair of glasses. Will somebody come get them for them? And with that, I recognize the Utah Gay Rodeo Association to address the convention.
I think I missed my turn because nature called. I'm old. We are looking to try and be a part of the IGRA as best we can in providing opportunities to come to Utah. If you're there, please let us know so we can show you around. And like I say, I really am happy to be back with what I call my family of rodeo people that I've had the opportunity to get to know over all these years. I'm a little emotional talking about this, but again, thank you for welcoming us back with such open arms.
I remind the Board of Directors, Board of Trustees, Executive Board of Directors that we still have business remaining before us. We will reconvene in this room for our business at 6:30. Therefore, I ask those of you, once we are excused, to reasonably quickly excuse yourselves from the room so that the board can do its business in some semblance of quiet. And I know we all want to say our goodbyes and all that sort of thing. We'll have 20 minutes to turn the room. With that, the convention agenda having been exhausted and there being no further business before the convention, I declare the 32nd Annual Convention of the International Gay Rodeo Association closed.